No, I know what I did. Oh, I know. I was recording some videos to upload in like 2 weeks or so, and I changed my audio tracks out because Stream. No, Stream doesn't like it when I have the audio and mic on separate audio tracks for some reason. When I record, I do it separate, so if I have to like boost my voice up or game audio down, but on stream, can't do that. Oh my gosh. Oh well. Well, what I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Oh, a permanent picture. Oh yeah, we're good now. Yeah, it's coming through now. That's good. Oh. Okay. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not in the trial. That's what's important. That's the big part. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. Now it must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. Okay. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though we may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. He didn't know though. Everyone else, I assume, knew. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Okay. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Okay. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Okay. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. Okay. Alright. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. So that's why they faked the evidence or falsified the evidence. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Okay. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Okay. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Right. Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. Wait. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Okay. I'm confused now. That's a lot of info, okay. So she faked evidence for it to get the guilty verdict. Oh, there is so much evidence in here already. Can I actually read this? No, this is just the case files. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Well, it did say executive investigators Lana Skye, actually, which was a confusing thing. But Damon Gantz, the chief of detectives, if I recall. So that's kind of sus. Detention center visitors room. Let's talk. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I mean, that's understandable. I skipped a line! No, double clicks are bad. Bad mouse. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll just ask. Today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Oh. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. But all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. I don't think it's true, the stabbing. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Okay. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Okay. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. Okay. But now you're the chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. I think that's also fair. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Okay. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Okay. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Okay. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. This is a weird setup, though. Like, that kind of doesn't make sense to me where the knife's placed, if Dark's on the bottom. I'm just saying. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her, after all, her sister must have gone through. There's just a sus crime scene there. That photo at least, and then what Emma's kind of flashback shows. The knife would have gone like at his chest, not at his back, I don't think. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. Yeah, I always do 7. This Thursday, I guess today, I just thought I'd do it at 12 because I've got some stuff on in the evening and I thought it gives me more time, hopefully, to beat the game. Like, I'm thinking 5 hours-ish to beat this part of the game. Well, at least that's what one of the mods said. So if he lied, I blame him. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Okay, life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Okay. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gaunt and I shared. The office that Mr. Gaunt now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. I just think it was a setup. Okay. I think this is the longest case in the first episode. I don't think I need to bother presenting evidence. I think this is just like a walk around and ask questions. Okay, I'm not in the right office right now. I'm in the criminal phase. Yeah, criminal phase. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anyway. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Okay. No, I didn't blame you, Ape. No. If it doesn't end today, I mean, I'm thinking up to 6 hours it'll take, right? No, it depends how good I am in the trial. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay, we got Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Who's Sarah? I cannot say that. Qui Sarah? You never know what life will lead you, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? I'm also wondering. Must be his pet. Oh, yeah, the cactus. Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? Oh, prospectors head west, not prosecutors. If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Everyone's talking now. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? What if Damon Gaunt is the killer all along? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Okay. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Okay, Prosecutor Marshall. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. And the last. How old was he? Your brother. He was 27 at the time. Oof. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. It's a curse. Any mention of something to do with coroner. Yeah, autopsy, and you get coroner. Yeah, that very day. The highest honor, you mean the king of prosecutors. Okay, so he was king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. I gotta be really quick. Right, I'm back. There was someone at the door. I had to answer it. It's from a midday streams. People knock on your door. Oh, Abe's got to sleep. I mean, isn't there... He's 6 hours behind, right? So 6 a.m. Oof. Okay, every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Alright. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. I mean, it is a bit of a small room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. That's fair. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? I think it's obvious who he's talking about. It's gotta be Gant and prosecutor lady. I don't even remember her name. Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye, that's it. I keep forgetting her name today. Wait, no. Yeah, Lana. Her name's just escaping my head. Every other character I'm okay with. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. Again, to flashbacks. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. This is true. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Oh, okay, he's losing his job, which is fair enough. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Is this the last time I'll see Marshall? Okay. I need to talk to, yeah, he did that. He did the ID number. He's the guy who kind of has the same eyes as the serial killer guy. But what am I to know? I mean, let me check in here. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah? I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. But where are the people? Oh, High Prosecutor's Office. Let's try you. Tell me Edgeworth is here. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Feels like every day at this point for Edgeworth. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, I guess we'll just have to come back later. How do I talk to Gant then? Because it didn't come up as an option. Am I crazy? Criminal Affairs Department doesn't take me there. Place is always pretty empty. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. There we go. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Okay, we're off. New location. Oh my gosh. What is this room? This guy. Oh, this guy is sus. There's too much fanciness in here. I think for the time, I think he's got a better computer than other people as well. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. Yeah. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. That is loud. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, he's in here. Darn it. I was hoping he wouldn't be, you know. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Isn't it the sword in the shield? Yeah. It's the sword and the shield. Anyway. Gun team picture added to the court record. The fact that no one's noticed that the shield's changed though is weird. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office! It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm waiting for the eyes. The eyes. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Now it's just those eyes, right? Do we have a photo of Dark? No, I don't want to look at the attorney's badge. Okay, his eyes are closed. It's the way... I know, like, it could just be the drawing style. But this just seems way, like, sus. Okay, looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. We could just try to go back in there first. Right? Right? They are very sus normally. Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Let's talk to Gumshoe. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay Dick? It feels so weird to say that. It's like short for Richard as well. It's just that I don't. Yes sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. If you're named Dick, I feel sorry. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. I'm sure it'll all boil over soon. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Look, it's just Gumshoe's first name. Me? It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay, I get the hint, but first let me read Dark's crime. Oh, ask about Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal. He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Oops. I skipped a bit. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Okay, so I gotta present something I had to present. The knife. This knife? About this, hey, is that it has a tag attached to it with a label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick before you forget again. I gotta talk to him. Okay. Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? Or was it? That's right. Okay. Maybe it was. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. Or was it? But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Wow. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. In his back? The victim's back. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. That did not look like it matched that though, but it might have just been more zoomed in. I don't know. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Say yes, Gumshoe. Do it for Edgeworth, right? Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. But if a dead man's ID card was used, I mean, like, you know, Goodman's ID card, I'm just saying, they've probably not taken it off the, I don't know, system yet. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. No, Emma, you're not supposed to give the strategy away. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Or was it? Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. I get the hint. What about this? Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence. Okay, I read this last time. I was wondering, why is the award a shield and why is it broken? Well, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Later is today. What about this photo? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't... Okay. That's the default stuff. What would be showed? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yep. It was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Okay, Milana was pretty clear in their confession. She forged the evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. But what I'm looking for is something that will make him want to give me the ID card. Maybe I present that. That's the ID card record, isn't it? It does look a bit sus. Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 77777. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I might just have a hunch. You could tell me. Well, but which of these would make him... I feel like I'm missing something here. Maybe it's an earlier piece of evidence? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife. What would... Wait, I didn't mean... Okay, this is last time. I had all this before, so it's gotta be fresh. Fresh evidence that would make Edgeworth sus. Okay, that's just default. I feel like I'm missing something. No lock can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. Shh, if they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. Okay, that didn't help. No, that's not it. Hello, Enrique. How am I missing this? Bruce Goodman. That's just the ID stuff. Don't really understand which of these would make him want this, maybe? Let me shoot. No, well, they said Gant on that, and it said Edgeworth. Admittedly, I've forgotten that I'm supposed to analyze stuff. Tag says AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. I'm on the 5th case. So I think it's the last case of the first game in the trilogy. I don't know how much I got left, but I think it's like one section left, like until the trial bit. So that seems all the more suspicious. Who knows, this might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? If only I could present that to Gumshoe. Glove, hand. I present that? No. He said present. I mean, she said present something Emma did. Video. Yeah, that's that stuff. About that jar. Ooh. I think I've seen it somewhere. Before. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gantz? Where could I have seen that before? Maybe you saw it in the chief's office? I didn't present that. Yeah, that's just default. That's not gonna lead to anything. That's not... okay. Did that. That's not gonna help right now. I've done that one. I could say it's for fingerprints though. Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edric gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Wait, the music's gone? Might be on something? Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! Okay. Okay. If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? Okay, that didn't help at all. I thought that was gonna help. I felt like he was gonna be like, go up there, but no. Okay. I mean, I could present that again. About this. Hey, is that... it has... okay, so no, this is the same. This isn't the muffler. That's it. I remember... okay, so he told me already. I haven't shown that yet, have I? Found in Mr. Edriff's car, stabbed with Mr. Edriff's knife. Huh. What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? And, okay, someone must have, someone who had a grudge. Yeah, that was before. Am I missing? This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything with a card these days. Okay, I saw this last time. Let me talk about the murder weapon. That's right, we traced it back. Yeah, so I had this. That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess with a knife. So this was in the back. Hello. The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. Okay, but I need the thing to present. I definitely gotta present something to get his ID card. Well, I did all these. Besides the hands, but I think the hand was already on the that. Can I do that? Tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. Never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, yag? Yag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Yeah, that's not helping. The only thing I can think is just presenting the weapon. Okay, no, that's just to do with that. I think I'm missing something right now, like a... so I'll go back to detention center for a moment. You know, it's not that. Can I go parking lot? It's Edgeworth in his office. We got something. Forever 24th, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Okay. What are you doing here? Okay, so I'm gonna get something here to give to Gumshoe. He was sure quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you? Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Firstly, I wanna take that piece of paper, please. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. You can use it for Gumshoe. I don't even need to talk. Actually, I will talk to him though. He might give me some evidence. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial, okay. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. So we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seemed strange about it. The shield. I'm gonna have to present that. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. By Damon Gant, I bet. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Something's not right here. Oh, I don't want to present the attorney's badge. No. Okay. Present. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Tell me more. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Phoenix don't know the story. Okay. Long ago in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Phoenix. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Wow. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. So did Phoenix. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished because it was stabbed into Prosecutor Marshall. Trust. Probably. King of the Prosecutor's Trophy updated in the court record. It's time to go see Gumshoe. Oh no, we're gonna meet Angel Star probably. Underground parking lot. Excuse me. Here she is. Would either of you care for a £1/4 pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious soul, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. What a statement to make. Anyway, everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Or can it? Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. It's time to ask tough questions, probably. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. Okay. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye? My sister? The best of the best are put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. Okay. Lana and Chief Gant. Alright. After case closed. Legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Okay. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean fake evidence? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Yeah, I think she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. Okay. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. Okay. We're getting somewhere. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? With blackmail, probably. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. It's time to infiltrate Gant's office. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Move to the police department. And it's time. It's time to break into his office. Don't tell me Gumshoe's gone. Oh, you're back? You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. I do. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. I already know. Edgeworth's gonna quit. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. Gumshoe's gonna give the card. That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. Felix, don't act like you didn't want his ID card. No. You're literally presenting a reason for him to give it, and then you're like, I can't take that. They wouldn't let you off the hook with a never lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Alright. I'm ready. Ready to... I don't know, is there anything else I can say? Okay, Gumshoe. You're probably gonna lose your job. But at least Phoenix Wright don't have no boss. She kind of died. Is it in part 1 or part 2? Or episode, I don't know, case 1, case 2. Anyway. Here goes Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. Okay. I don't like this room. I don't know. I bet the murder weapon's just one of these knights things. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! He's in there. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing, sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Also true. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. He's gonna need a new one now. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. I don't. I feel great. The chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's what I was waiting for, Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining unless it's used as blackmail. I'm just saying. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Of course. Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. No, he's fine. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Obviously we think he's a suspect. Right? Chief Gant, it's finally come to this. He's been sus since the moment I met him. His eyes. He's got the eyes of a killer. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. That's not fair. Right, let's have a look. Examine. So we got this lovely window. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from you... At first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. We've got a safe. No clues here. We've got a phone. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? The SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What if the evidence is split in two? What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. We're gonna take that evidence. Very nice. Okay. Can I keep looking? Wow, okay, so that's just the same as last time. How do I... Is there a faster way to... I know there's I think there's a faster key for rereading. Let's look at the safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it, and with the power of science, we'll get in there. We don't even need the code. We'll just spray some stuff on it or something. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know. I just might know what it is. Don't touch it. Not yet. We're not ready. I'm not sure what will happen if we enter the wrong code. I'd better wait until I find something more definite. It's probably old sevens. 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those somewhere? How about we try entering my birth date? No. No. That's a bad idea. Let's look at the organ. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. Let me guess, he can't play the organ. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Okay, let's look at the photo again. Wait. It's right there. This is right there, I'm just saying. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. We're assuming Joe Dark. It could have... I mean, they look really similar, right? Joe Dark and Damon Gant. Okay. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Bet he never even knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Alright, we got plates. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Enhance. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! Okay, let's have a look. We got the computer. I'll take a look. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? That's true. I think I've got everything, which means it's time to guess the safe? Oh no, I didn't get that actually. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Okay. Oh wait, something's on the floor. This mark looks like some kind of flower. Where it is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I think I just gotta guess, but before I guess, I'm gonna save, because you never know. Let me double save. I gotta double save to be extra safe, right? I'm not risking screwing it up because I've decided to like guess. I say guess. Anyway, let's skip a little bit. Alright, it looks like a code needs to be entered. We're gonna try the lucky number 7. Input the number. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday. It's... No, Gumshoe, no. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I can just put any... No, This might be dumb. This might be really dumb. Don't tell me that's actually his... That's his passcode. That is a security hazard. I know this is based like... I think this is this 20 years ago? That's not a safe passcode. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... 7, 7, That ID number. I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gaunt's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Of course we're gonna look inside. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a murder weapon. It's the a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Phoenix, put it together. There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. There's a fingerprint. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. I mean... Aye. This... Oh wait, no, not talk. Present. This is easy. That is one of them. We present that. I can't believe Officer Marshall. No, okay. You know, Officer Marshall? No, I feel like that's the print. I got wiped away, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Let's present that first. Let's start with that. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. It feels like it was only yesterday, right? It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Wait a minute. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. I'm pretty sure it's gonna fit. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gaunt was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Alright. I wonder... How do I rotate again? Hang on. There you go. Yeah, if I could rotate that fully, that would help with doing this first try. Okay, there we go. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gaunt willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others. Huh? The blood. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gaunt hide this in his safe? Because Chief Gaunt is the killer. Now, how do I prove the prints? Huh. Well, I mean... I would have thought it was... It's gonna be this then, perhaps. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. Oh, I skipped something. Who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Ah, got to say positive. Okay, that's not it. I mean... Can't believe how some... Yeah, so this... I thought that would... Okay. Said... Note to self, detect chemistry talks like a cactus. Okay. Let me check. Does it say evidence now? I didn't actually check this. Enhance. Let me... Whoa, 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 whoa. There's a doodle on the back of this. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Is that Emma's sketch? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. I think that's Emma's sketch. Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. White? I'd better not forget about this picture. Come on, Phoenix. I was hoping I could look at the actual evidence. Like the list. But I'm guessing I can't. Which is a little annoying actually. Trying to find evidence of no prints. Hang on. Found in Mr. Okay, no, you're not gonna accept that. Accept it. Wait, I didn't mean... Okay. I'm just thinking to get the last bit of the prints. Like stuff that has prints on it. Let me check that. Single stab wound. Okay, there's nothing there really. Check. So we got this blade, by the way, is really focused on, right? I'm just saying. Let me look at this. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This paste the chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other side of the jar are just spots. This one's a line. That is odd. It's very odd. Alright. Let's have a look. I'm just trying to think. I need the last bit, I think, of him. But I don't know how I get the last bit. There's no prints on that, but they're not accepting that, which is annoying. Wait. That. Maybe it's this? This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edward cutting himself. What is... maybe he spends... No. That's just from last time. That's old info. Like, I've proven about the jar. Wait, you know what I haven't been doing? Hang on, there's something I haven't been using, which I should 100% be using. Where is the spray? There's a reason I still have it, right? Let me just, like, spray everywhere. Because he's, like, all about preserving stuff, right? Well, maybe the knight would have something, but maybe not. So we slide over here. No? Maybe I was optimistic. You know, I think I was being optimistic. I'm trying to think. What would prove? Can I? Well, why would I leave? Actually, let's go back. Well, we've proven the hands. Present? That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? I've already seen the back. If I'm fired, I won't be okay, so that's fine. I'll skip this bit. Would the video help at all, you? No, it's just the default stuff. I am missing something here. I don't... No, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. I watched it enough last week. I'm really confused about the glove situation, although... Present that for a second? No, it's just default stuff. Yeah, that had no prints, but that didn't seem to lead to anything. Wound is caused by a 4.5-inch knife. Let's present that. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you. Okay, yeah. I'm actually stuck, I think. Because I presented everything that says no prints. I mean, he took the prints off there. Present that. This knife belonged to the murderer Joe Dark, right? You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Ever since this case was solved, this knife's been in Detective Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal. Okay, that didn't help. Wait, I could present that. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. Do you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? He didn't know. Alright. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you? My mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. It's time. Wait, no! No, that was a misclick! No! Oh, do I have to read? No! No, I accidentally right-clicked and somehow that just closed the whole thing. Don't right click. Don't be like me. Just left click. Sprinkle the powder. Then once, okay. What's the key? Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I'm just gonna click. Because this is finicky if I recall, right? Like, it's very specific. There we go, go on. I gave her my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. I think that looks like the clearest finger, to be honest. You're gonna hear a lot of clicking. Click, 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 click. There we go. Oh, that'll do. It won't do, I missed. Ah, okay. It's the top, but that's probably it now. Yeah, there we go. I mean, actually, no, I didn't do the bottom. I mean, this is probably... I can already guess it's going to be Lana's fingerprint. Never mind. It's not Lana's fingerprint. It's Emma Sky's fingerprint. Oh! I know what's happened here. Damon Gant blackmailed Lana to frame Emma for the murder. So that's the leverage he has, is that he has Emma Sky's fingerprint as leverage. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... He's not happy. Now get out. Look at them. Those eyes. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair? Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. This is wrong. To be continued. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. I need to talk to Lana. After that I heard from Emma, she said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Interesting. It's time to get the truth. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Here's my theory right now is that she did 100% stab Detective Goodman, but I think he was already dead. So she didn't kill him, because she's not saying the words I killed him, she's just saying I stabbed him. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Big-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Talk to me. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? I mean, it's obviously Damon Gant. If I get this wrong, the game's rigged. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you were addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Damon Gant. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Let me just get this. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? The truth comes out. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yeah, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, This was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. Tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Okay. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. Alright. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Okay. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. We've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer, Damon Gant, we already know. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Like, I don't think the... Right now, I don't think Dark actually killed Marshall's brother. That's the vibe I'm getting. I think he was a serial killer. I just don't think he did that particular murder. Like, maybe he was intentionally let out as well, you know, to commit a murder. I don't know. Like, by Damon Gant to get evidence. I don't... the conspiracy theory right now, you know? District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7's ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. They could work to get her right now. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I could call for a ruling. 5 minutes. Right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Are we gonna spill the beans? Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See? You in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Garn does on her, it's now. I think it's the fact that he's... Maybe Emma accidentally did the murder, I don't know. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement, but before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Oh, here he is. The murderer. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Archie, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Oh, it's gone quiet. The eyes. Lana, that is to say the defendant, the eyes are going to come out green, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. The blackmail. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot on the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no need to further continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, It's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Edgeworth is not sus anymore, I take it back. Alright. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Alright. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Yesteryear. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. It's time. 2 years ago. Story time. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. But that don't make no sense. You were stabbed in the back. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Edgeworth's just like, I'll leave this to Phoenix now. I'll push everything. I was waiting. I think I just got to show the evidence. Or the autopsy, I guess. So 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit on my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office, I think that's meant to be. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning, Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? And Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman, he was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I see. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. Hey, this picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, so if I skip. So we present the picture. That should be fine. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. This is true. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Oh my god. There's something wrong. Do you even have to ask? He's angry. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. That's the blue badger. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. What was she thinking about? Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. I thought that was all she was gonna say then. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. What if it was the other way around? Ooh. I don't know. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Press for info. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Okay. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Is that really Joe Dark though, you know? It could be Gant. I'm just saying. Alright, poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. I'm convinced this can't. You mean you didn't actually see... You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy, you. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. It's where he got stabbed, no? Like, let me check. Can I look at this? I want to see more than that. Alright, let's have a look. So, files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Now that doesn't help me there. Let's have a look at this. So, name of the deceased, Neil Marshall. Died between that time. Single stab wound piercing heart lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Huh. I don't want to mess this up. So that just says that's the autopsy video, outdated stuff. So that's not relevant to that. Really, we're looking at... There's this glove. Okay. Wait, the contradiction is that it's already broken. I think. No, I got that wrong. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I guess it's... Present that. I was that, okay, I wasn't sure. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Can I save? No. I mean, the hands? The hands blocking the chest? I think it's this part here. Let me save. Double save. Because double saving saves me. Double save. I got that wrong, didn't I? I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Well, yes, well, so long as the defense learns his lesson. Better take another look at the autopsy report and this picture. Mr. Wright. Let me take a look. So let me look at the autopsy report. Hang on. That I presented. So, single stab wound piercing the heart lung. Right. So it pierced the heart lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was missing the tip. Okay. Perhaps it would be faster if you... Okay, so which part? Okay. I mean... Is it actually the knife? Well, I did save, so there's that at least. Let me try the knife. I don't think that's right. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Okay, there's the knife. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Nuh-uh. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. This is true. Ah, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. There is. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of the evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Okay. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted, Your Honor? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Alright. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Okay, after receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'll be quick on that thought though. I'm gonna get a fresh drink. Hello, viewer, and I'm back. Okay, I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. Okay, if that's true, then there's no other way around it. Falsified evidence. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? Okay, in that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Let me... Can I save? I mean, it's the shield, right? Because it's missing this. But... Because we got this photo, right? Present. Is that gonna work? If anything's broken here, it's you! Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance. Hang on. Let me save again. I'm running out of lives, though. Alright. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. This? That's not the team picture. And it's certainly not this. And it's not this. I'm thinking what could be classified as evidence. It could be this. Well, no, because that doesn't match the photo. Let me check. Because if you look at it, it's like a... Well, I mean, I wish I could turn that around. It's just a knife, right? It's something that looks sharp, which is why I thought it was this. But it's not. It's not letting me submit the shield. But all the other evidence would be irrelevant prior, besides this. Like, it's not gonna be Edgeworth's knife because it's not broken. Can't be any of the actual like stuff. So it's the jar or it's the photo. I'll try the jar. No. Okay. Load. It's not the jar. I know the lines. Alright. Alright, let's try the photo. If that doesn't work, the answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. Okay, I knew it. I was right about it being the shield. It's just I think I had to do this and then the shield will come up. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor marshal is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that That can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean... This man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. Here's what I think happened. He whacked the killer on the head, and Gant stabbed him in the back. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? Come on. Ace, put it together. I mean, Phoenix. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. No, he has not. Who said hold it? Wait. I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribble on the back? I knew it. This picture? I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Okay. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. But just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief detective hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please don't pursue this any further. Ooh, she's desperate now. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Yeah, amnesia. Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. It's not. Silence. Well, no, it is too late, I mean. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Emma's recollection. Okay. When I saw that man raise his knife... When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Okay. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? She's got the judge on side. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Hang on. Let's just evaluate something here. What does Gant's hair look like? No, it's not. It's not blue badgery enough. Let's press that. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him, you. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought the thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had very creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is the blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. Is it? I'm thinking. The blue badger has 3 pointy bits. Hang on. I'm convinced that maybe it's just the jar, but I don't want to jump ahead and lose a life. So it's got 3 circles. It looks like the blue badger, but it's not the blue badger. It's none of these, unless we look at this. It's not Gaunt. I mean, this would fit, except... It's perspective, but... I mean, it's missing this bit right still. It's probably this. Looking at the... It's the only thing I've got that's got like a circular bit at the end, and everything else isn't really relevant evidence. It's not been cleared. So what I'm going to do... I can't save. Present. Please, I only have 1 life left. Or 2. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Yes. That's right, you're onto something. It's just... Am I being dumb? I can't actually... Oh, that's not good. I mean... Rotate! Why is it on H and N and B? There's such weird... there's such weird angles. That's just like... Maybe like... No, because... How am I supposed to get all 3? Like, kind of like... No, that wasn't quite right. No, that was a mistake. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find the right angle. Maybe we should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Okay, let me finish. So I need it... I mean, it's... I don't know. I mean, it's definitely like... I forgot what angle I was going for. I just need to rotate it. Q. I know, it kind of looks like it, right? H. N. I think that kind of looks like it. If that's not good enough, I can't win. No! Allow me to remind... Okay. It didn't look good enough for the... I don't think you can get a perfect replica. I mean... Like, I can't have the bottom showing. Like, that's like too high up. I gotta rotate it like... Wait. No, I'm convinced it's this angle. Because... I don't know, is it not? I just try that, or... Is pixel perfect? No! Oh, I mean... Curse the DS. Okay, let me try and like line it up by ear and then I'll work with the rotation keys because it's really awkward on mouse to... no, a bit more like that. So, we gotta keep that lined up. No, what am I doing? No! No, I meant to press R, not E! Oh. Let me try again. I think that's definitely the right angle. It's just... like, it's definitely that. Right, like, these bits. I know I gotta show those two. The only thing I don't know whether I would... No, it's... Unless I'm doing the wrong side. Well, what I gotta think is there's blood on that. I don't know. Okay, let's try and get this in kind of the right place and then not... Okay. Okay, so N. And then maybe a little bit Q. N, B... No. What's the reverse? M. And then it's H. Wait, oh! Surely... Let's like try and... So then... I think that's it. I accidentally... I think that's as straight as I'm gonna get it. Surely. Thank you. I was using the grid lines to try and get it straight. Well, is this a miracle or what? Gosh, no one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. It's true. It didn't take too long. Oh, I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, I don't actually know the point of this either. I know there's blood and there's two different types of blood stains, but I don't really know beyond that. See, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? Let me save. Doing a lot of save scrubbing. I haven't had to rewind yet. Well, no. I did actually. Once. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murderer? Have I got it? Let me look at this. Well, let's look at this. What is the difference? Well, the jars doesn't make sense. Why is the jar? Because you gotta turn this around 90 degrees. The jar's just in the air. Like it's been thrown or something. And he got hit on the head and got a concussion. Probably from the jar. I think it's the murderer it changes. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Is all the reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Yes? I finally figured it out. Phoenix is more ahead than me. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. Oh, so Emma's the killer, okay. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, she killed him. Uh-oh. But she was only 14, and it was in self-defense. Uh-oh. Oh no. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh. No. Is it to be continued? But okay. Lana's not happy now. Okay, maybe that's Edgeworth. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Oh, wait a minute. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. Hang on. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Let me go back to the court record. Can I check? Nope, that doesn't help me. The autopsy. Single stab wound, piercing, heart, lung, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Okay. What about in you? No. Okay, I don't know. This? Maybe try to write something? I don't know. Is the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession, Mr. Wright. Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. No! I was trying to press escape to save. That conveys a message from the dead. From the deceased. I mean, we've got this. We've got this handprint. What I have the feeling is the handprint or the jar? Let's try the handprint. This is the message from the deceased. Okay, it's the handprint. Right. Now then, this is the message from the judge. Let me save. I've got one life left. Okay, let me keep that other one in case I want 2 lives at some point, you know. That was savage though from the judge. Oh, I guess that wasn't right. If a dead person left behind a message, it would have to be in written form. That's the only logical conclusion. You'd better be careful or you might wind up deceased yourself. Let's try this again. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys that, What's this Goodman? I couldn't have written on that. Unless it might be this. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak? Is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Okay. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? I bet he wrote her name in blood. Your Honor. Yeah, that kind of looks like an E. And that's probably an A, yeah. Yeah, that's an... Oh, no, I can see it now. I couldn't see it before because I didn't know what I was looking for. Your Honor, I believe this bloodstains have revealed to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh, boy. Can I... Let's just, you know... Let's accept that 14-year-old girl accidentally killed him. She's just trying to protect him. How do I hit the line? I guess I don't need that. It's a bit finicky with the... But how do I get this? How do I... That doesn't make any sense. I'm so confused. Why? Oh, I can, oh no, undo. Present. That should be fine. Hopefully. I thought I had to fully complete it and then it would just auto do it. It's a defense attorney duty. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. Uh-oh. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. The truth. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Uh-oh. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. but it's not Edgeworth. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. That's not fair! What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! They're not listening. Oh no. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Not even the judge knows. Okay, I think we've got one bit left then, I'm guessing. Where now it's like... We've worked out SL9. Please tell me I have full health as well. That would be great. I kind of, don't want to... Don't want to lose. Probably should, right? Lana's not going to be happy now, though. But she's got nothing to lose now. She should just be honest. There's no blackmail. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty? Wait. I'll take it Alana's having you run errands. I thought it makes... For some reason my brain went to, was this the same as last week? But I think this is a different instance. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Let me read it right now. It's time to study. Sorry, Gumshoe. I have to learn about this book. There is so much evidence. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Come on, Edgeworth, we're working together. Right? He's not sus. Right. Let's go. Going down, Gaunt. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Alana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, Normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... I don't know who the heck to call. Can I call Damon Gant? No? I mean, it's Damon Gant or Lana Skye. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Oh, okay, no, I'm just bringing out the murderer, okay. You know what, I'll bring out Mike Meekins one last time. No. Oh, there was a wrong answer there. Okay, so Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. It's time to take him down. No more corruption. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball there? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Okay. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You were aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Okay, very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Objection. Lack of foundation, I don't know. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him. He was lying on the floor unconscious. So he picked up... You're telling me Lana Skye was strong enough to pick up his body while also her sister is on the floor. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. She wouldn't have left her sister on the floor while there's a dead body. There's also a killer. Well, you know, a serial killer knocked unconscious. He could wake up any second. Is she gonna risk that? I don't know. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay. Let's go. We'll push everything. We'll press everything. Nope, I don't need to hear it. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, this is gonna get, I assume, more detailed. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs, I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. He went downstairs. What's this about a power outage? Wasn't the elevator going up at the time? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. I'm sure that he couldn't get out of the building because the elevator was going up. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Okay. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes? Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay. There's not that. But this is all to do with that. That's the parking lot, so probably around this point onwards. That's not relevant yet. I mean, there's this. I could just try that. I'm It's between these two because they both clearly say they were found in Gant's desk. It's just you couldn't really lie. I'll try that. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. His biggest mistake was setting his safe as his ID. I don't know, you tell me, son. Huh? My dear Raito, don't you know? The second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. The defense is prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Udgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Haha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. So it doesn't count that. Tab. Present that. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew a picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Okay. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Raito? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Okay. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Unless you had leverage. And you got a promotion. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Udgy. In return, though, I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Okay. Let's get him caught. So, for all I know... I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Okay. Interesting. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Objection! How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, now do you see? Emerging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gaunt? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped it up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ah, be careful when pointing that finger or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. That's an interesting choice of words. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Can I save? I can save. Let me just save there. And save there. It's a safety net, okay? Point out the accomplice. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I think no. I can't think of how it would help him. That means he wouldn't have helped out anyone. Relax and take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. Try to think outside the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? Think outside the box. I never thought I'd hear him tell me that. The question isn't who would the chief help. It's who would ask the chief for help. If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. It appears the defense has nothing more to say. The chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Gant isn't the one who murdered Prosecutor Marshall 2 years ago, yet I know he played a part in the forgery. That can only mean someone asked him to be an accomplice. Damon Gant, someone's accomplice? That sounds unlikely. But I skipped past it, didn't I? Okay, so press this again, and then go with the other option instead. Okay. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, it's gonna be Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in the light of circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? No. Oh, wait. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's keep going. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. He's not going to admit to that. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Okay. Order. I said order. I don't think it's that loud this time, though. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's... impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. We can. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Let me just get the IDs. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Or did I say one too many? Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. He's giving it away with his body language. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of the police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him? In days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Good question. Could be the memo. Well, the memo's the day of the murder. Talking about the incident. It says Goodman on there as well. It's not gonna be that. I think it is actually the memo. Or there's it's to do with the evidence transferal. But I think it's the memo that I'm gonna try and present. And we'll see where that goes. Now there's gotta be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant. Sorry to interrupt your mumblings. Let me save, let me save. Look, save scrubbing, it saves me. But the court is waiting. Oh, patience. Patience, Judge. Oops. Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. So that's that. That's the knife. It's not that. That's a call. That's the car. That's Angel Star's photo. That's a shoe. Nope. It's not the ID because we've already presented that. Oh! Oh! What's that? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police, yet you were in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it? How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes? Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Oh my god! Transforming into a demon. Chief Gant! You didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the Chief of Police. It's the screwdriver. He dumped the body in Edgeworth's car and made Edgeworth go back. And while Edgeworth went back, Lana went... Yeah, okay, so you have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this screwdriver. This is how we moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transfer evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice. Miss Lana Sky. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Guard, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Our police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're gonna just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. And this is why we save. We save to be extra safe. Alright. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? I do. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Alright. Firstly, let's look at this book. That's not relevant. Did I present the evidence list? I know I presented that. But I think the evidence list, it said it was too early. It's not the IDs. This is all stuff that incriminates... Well, Goodman's autopsy report as well. I'm gonna try this. And if not, I think it's the autopsy. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the Chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm gonna be late for lunch. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me... Okay. So it's not that. So I have proof. Let's skip through. If it's not that... 4.5-inch knife. Wait. Is it the glove? I know, I'm sure that the jar was supposed to have a tag on it, but it didn't. And the glove was caught in between the safe. I'm gonna try the glove. It might be a curveball. Okay, it's not the glove. It's not the glove. I'll load. Okay. So it's not a glove. It's not. Maybe I'm tunnel visioning. Obviously, it's not that. This was in that. Just trying to think everything that's relevant that could frame Gant. Like, it's not that. It's not the ID. Okay, I can't go behind that. I was just checking. Like, that's not relevant right now. That's Marshall's fingerprints. That's not relevant. Maybe I am just overthinking it. Maybe it's just the autopsy report. So, no, it's not the autopsy report. Okay. So, reload. I'm confused right now. Let me save by you so I get more time. Okay. Do I have any concrete proof? I'm trying to think what would be. Better proof Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I mean, what would prove it? Could it be the blue badger? No, okay, it's not the blue badger. Unless... I gotta keep playing through to check. No, it's not that. I feel like... I'm going off the assumption it's not evidence I've already presented. But maybe I have just... Well, no, because if it's evidence I've already presented, I don't see why that wouldn't have worked in the first instance. Get a weapon usually in Edgar's toolbox. Well, that's what she used to re-stab. Try a switchblade. No, it's not switchblade. Okay. I will work this out. I will probably work this out. I'll keep guessing until it works. I've got 3 pages, right? What's the worst can happen? I try to just think everything... Maybe I should just look for stuff that says Gant in it. Final fragment found in Chief Guard's safe? No. Let me just try the memo. No, what is it? Am I being dumb? Am I missing something obvious? Something that proves Gant did it, without a shadow of a doubt. And it's not related to any of the things. Hang on. Sure, let me try the evidence law. No. Load. Have any concrete proof? So it's on the memo. These are... It's already used. I've used that, I believe. That's... Award ceremony. That's... old. I mean, I haven't presented this. This is like only the assigned indicator. It's more of a case of why would he impulsively murder Goodman? I don't know. Let me try that. Let's prove as to whether or not... Yeah, so he doesn't like... Yeah, I'll play through it a bit, because I've got... Let's try again. And let him just squirm. I've got to keep the pressure on. This is not a blue badger. I mean, this hasn't been presented and Gant removed it. No. Could I try it? I don't know how much more evidence I can present. Like... Do you have any concrete proof? I am missing something. But let me reread everything. So... It's the ID card. It went missing because, what's his face had it. That's the parking stub. That's been presented. It's not these two. I don't think it's the knife. It's not that. It's not that either. It's not nothing to do with the parking lot or Lana's cell phone. I could try the parking stub. So what exactly is this? No, it's not what I need. Oh. Look, Mr. Judge, give me time. What is the motive? I could say I have no proof yet just to see what happens. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip, never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. He's gone. He's leaving. So is he gonna find us not guilty? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. You haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Maybe I was supposed to not be able to get evidence. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls in Lana Skye? But I guess I was never able to give the right evidence then. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. He's blatantly blackmailing Lana on the stand. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Blackmails are on the stand. And the judge just ignores it. It's mind-boggling. Alright. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yep, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Alright, so we're in the last bit. That chief! He's something else there, pals. Detective Gumshoe. Haha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could you mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Yeah, literally threatening the witness, and then it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go eat now. And the judge is just like, yeah, this is fine. This is completely normal. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? This is Lana. No, it's Emma. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. Okay, I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Lana better tell the truth. At this point, she's got nothing to lose. Well, she's already admitted to, you know, evidence falsifying. Her sister's already been confirmed to have killed the Marshall guy. So at this point, you know, she's got no reason to be blackmailed, really. She should just come out with it now. Like, at this point, I don't know. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Okay. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. This is true. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. But she's already been caught. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... Like, Emma's admitted to it herself. If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Alright, it's time to press everything. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. Oh wait, no, I gotta press it. I was rereading it. Hang on. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective, let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And the real question that should be asked is, did you kill him? She keeps using the word stabbed. She hasn't lied at all. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana? So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? That's not right. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. Nuh-uh. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? Or why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. And I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. While your motivation was to get Dark convicted, it had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright, Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence. She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I don't want the incident to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable as self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. Okay. I think that's the wrong instance to use it. Okay. I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to push. This again? You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. So... died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Right, but I'll never change this statement. Okay, so something like that. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. Okay, so I gotta push there then. Okay. Maybe I push this. No, that's not gonna work. Okay. No. No. Objection overruled. Okay. It wasn't all the proof they needed, though. It's knowing when the best time to push the evidence, or what evidence to push. Maybe this. Let's have a look. Single stab wound. Weapon found in the wound was missing tip. Okay. Did I present that then? Looking at the autopsy? No. Okay, never mind. Wait, no, the witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. Oh no. Unfortunately, we'll have to penalize you, Mr. Wright. No! Okay. I am on the wrong track entirely, apparently. I'll press everything again. Because normally there's like a... It does a red keyword as well. How many years exactly? So, you've known each other for that long. Okay. 5 years. So he's a respectable detective. Blackmail theory. So, but think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. So I can't prove it. And... just press everything. Did you do so to help your sister? Didn't want that incident to ruin her life. That's not the point. She was traumatized. I think it's to do with that. But it could also be to do with the other one. That's how I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. I can't really think. Normally there's like a really clear thing, but it feels like it's got to be a pinpoint accurate thing. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the scene? The music goes quiet here, which is why I'm like, is it to do with this point? First person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor's award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Did die from an unfortunate accident. Then we got the dream possibility, so I feel like she won't admit that. So she won't ever admit her sister did it. But this one's like she's vague on it. If so, what happened to the other murder weapon? And then I think she says it was pushed away. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? So I'll press the next. I think it's 2 left. You planted the tip of... Okay, so this is what I gotta ask again, possibly. Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the... Just press that. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So... When you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and unconscious. And Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. Emma, say something. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. So it's this point I gotta contradict. So the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Yeah, I don't know. But she didn't touch the jar. Like, this is this. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save because I've only got 2 lives. So I'm gonna try a ladder too. Okay, so I'm assuming this is the well, he might come back in actually. Yeah, I'm thinking the only thing I feel like I could try there is the jar. Yeah, okay. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. This is true. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear More information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and the message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Okay. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Jar and message in blood. Let's go. I immediately noticed the blood traces. Let's push that. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to the dust. Okay. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Okay, so be safe. I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. You didn't, actually. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuses for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay, so... I'm half tempted to push the jar again, but I don't know if that's a bad idea because of... It says Gant's... The final fragment was finding Gant safe. Which is why I'm sort of thinking I might try that. Save to be safer. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha, can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? It's because he wasn't downstairs because the lift was going up. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Nah. No! Why is the judge in denial? Gant is corrupt. Wait, I'm not the one on trial, you. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. He proceeded to and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet... No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Okay, actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it, but if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. It's in the book, right? Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. I get it. I gotta look. Oh, come on, right? Right, come on. It's right there. So what is this? EO. Wait a minute. That was not how I expected to get the picture to us. I thought I was pressing the logo. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Okay. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. Nice deflect from Edgeworth. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Actual crime scene. Alright, let's press. Wait, hold it. Why is he back? Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? That brief transformation. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence, the one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Good question, good question. Let me just save. Gotta save. Double save in case I save over. Okay. I mean, if I don't show the evidence... But then... I'm gonna try can't show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is gonna be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. He just screwed up. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened, but you can't. What, you mean you admit to it? He can't testify. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana, if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's there to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. I have nothing. I have nothing to show. Let me just confirm something. At times like these, gotta read the book. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. No, it's not safe yet, no. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, your victory is mine. Sorry, let me reread the evidence law again. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. But the case on trial isn't actually the SL9 incident, right? So can I just say no? I feel like I'm gonna resave over this again, but I feel like I can technically say no again using evidence law. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints, right? Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, Edgeworth figured out my plan. Okay, I'm gonna reload because I can see I was supposed to present the evidence. Oh, I was hoping evidence law would save me. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Sorry, let me just check this. I mean, I present that. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged, it must be authentic, conclusive evidence. I don't know if I trust what Edgeworth's doing. Ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Ryo had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Don't act like you had a master plan. No. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Can I lie? Fine, I'll say Emma Skye. Emma? Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh ho ho. You're really something, Ryo. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't... Hang on. Miss Skye? It's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. Can you use that argument back? I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? Nope. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Can I look behind the cloth? Where's the blood? don't know. A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell. Wait. So let me reread that. This is the handprint, right? Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Yes, had a really oily hand. Slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to present you. Contradicts this cloth. Am I missing something? I'm gonna present that. And what exactly is this supposed to be? That's a good question. That's why I'm gonna save. I have 1 life left if I've messed that up, so that's fine. That was my purpose. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. Hello. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath and there's blood. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. I mean, it didn't have blood on the back, but I didn't know if that was what they were looking for. Oh, but that piece of cloth, it has no blood. Wait, there's no blood on it. Uh-oh. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? So he killed the prosecutor. Oof. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Okay. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No. It was finally all over. Who's objecting? You can't object. You're not allowed to testify. Heh. Okay. He's not allowed to testify. That was close, right? You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uchi? Earlier, all Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. It wasn't conclusive at that point. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Alright. Easy. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It's time to read the book. It is time to read the book. Oh, the thing works. I actually did add notifications yesterday. It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I didn't know it was conclusive evidence, right? I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Edgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you cannot prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. It's time to get the book. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Okay, yeah, I can just present this. The book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. Yeah, they didn't care before this, though. Evidence law didn't matter before. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Uh-oh. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. Uh-oh. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes? Confidence killed him. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. No. Oh no, he's transformed. Oh gosh, he's going crazy. He's losing it. He's losing it. Okay. Is he dead? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Oh no. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The accursed knife. And I stabbed him. The end. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. On Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon closer examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. I don't know. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Okay. Interesting. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Don't apologize. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. No. He's a murderer and you're apologizing to him. Bad judge. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy, and with these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. Nuh-uh. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. Hmm? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She's smiling! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past 2 days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. I mean, your car got used as a crime scene. Your knife. You had to transport a body without realizing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. She's free. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, innocent or not guilty. Not guilty. Alright. That is all. This court is adjourned. I'm a good attorney. What happens now, though? Doesn't continue, does it? There's not a part 4 to this long case. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. No, not day 4, no. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Okay. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh no. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Bad timing. Very bad timing. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. It's too late now. You may as well come back. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Let me guess. Lana's given something again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. The only stuff I would say she's done was giving the luminol testing fluid. That's it. Because I think this was from Edgeworth or Lana. I don't remember which. I don't think she gave this though. Okay. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you away from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Grant Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No? Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Okay. They're having a moment. And then she was pulled away to jail. No one could change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. And they all lived happily ever after. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Oh, it's not over. Never mind. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Hiding behind a pillar or something. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Waiting for someone to say wait. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Alright. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth? Don't you understand? You've come back to Edgeworth resigning. Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. He's quitting, I think. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Have I got to present evidence? Evidence, huh? Hang on, let me save. Not that I think this is going to get me killed. Well, not killed, you know. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Sorry, I just thinking about the attorney's bad. Get it right or perish. My instinct is to just present the badge, though. Oh. I mean, it's probably the shield. Right? Evidence, though? The shield? Uh-oh. You've missed Samurai. I'm pretty sure it's the... It's this, right? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership, huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Hang on. I can find the right evidence. That's something I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end this on the right evidence. So what could he have not found? Or what could I have not found? About the power of partnership. Wasn't that photo? Give him the knife? This knife? That might mean so. Oh, wait, let me try the other knife. Wait, what would his reaction be to this? Okay, no, I was wondering because he didn't like that. I forgot the name of it. Blue Badger. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Not that, not that, not that. No, not that. Something that they wouldn't have been able to find on their own. This! Because the power of partnership brought those pieces together! That's the picture I drew! Wow, first try! Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Well, I'm so good at this game, honestly. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. But what about Felix? Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. He didn't say see you later. Uh-oh. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And I think with that it's... And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Wait, a journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Okay, huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha, you see. Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Oh no. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Okay, that's fair. Is it done now? Oh, okay, it's done. I don't know how long is the credits? How do I... Okay. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. Oh no, as for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Okay. Uh-oh. So planning. Takeshi Yamazaki. Design Kazuya Nuri. How badly am I pronouncing these, I wonder? Got Gumshoe. And the Blue Badger. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Alright. Yasuaki Kishima... I can't pronounce those. Oh no, that is dangerous. It is too warm at the moment, honestly. Like, the past 3 days, it has been boiling. It's been the hottest weather so far of the year. My new mission is to guard this main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Oh boy. Does he appear in the future games? Oh. It's not good weather. Too hot. Way too hot. What have we got? We got the Blue Badger. Best character in the game right there. If it's not in the sequels, there's a problem. No! No, he collapsed! Aizuba. I can't believe he just collapsed. He didn't deserve that. She really didn't deserve that. That was dirty. How long's left? I got Marshall, Jake Marshall. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a partner? Miss Angel, oh, Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, Cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Talking about the cactus. Alright, is there any other characters that I haven't seen? Angel Star? There she is. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay. I think it's only really Gant left, isn't it, to show? Maybe Chief of Police? Not Chief of Police, Chief of Detectives? I don't really want to see Gant, though. No, it's the judge, never mind. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Okay. How many more people are left? Translation. I'm excited to play the other games, the other two, in the trilogy. I'm hoping they have the evidence type stuff the Case 5 had. Oh, it's Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming, okay. Well, see you around, Nick. Alright. I don't think there's any, unless it's introducing older characters again. But Case 4 did that when it finished. That's what I'm wondering. Okay. Is there one more? Oh, it's Edgeworth. Ends on Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's the butler. Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. Oh, the resignation letter. What's going on? Got the producers. Executive, producer. How much more is left? If there's a skip button, I've missed it. Okay, we got Emma. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Okay. No. Is there a photo? Okay, I'll do that. Cool. We got a letter. Inside the letter was a photo of them together. That's cute. That's pretty cute. That is cute. I think it's over now though. Yep, it's over. Cleared episode 5. Rise from the Ashes. So next time, I think I start the second game now. Which I don't know anything about, so that'll be fun. Saving. Okay. Well, I'm gonna finish up stream here. It's been a long stream. But yeah, thanks for watching, following and all that. And yeah, bye-bye.